Hello, 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 and welcome everybody to Creative Quarantine Springfield. We are in, wow, day number 13, y'all. Day number 13. That is where we are. We are moving along. Do you realize by this weekend we will be halfway in to the quarantine? What I can tell you is that all the artists are really grinding right now, trying to get their act together. And it's a little bit of drama ensuing here and there, but nothing major. You know, we had one person that had a death in the family. So Deborah Shedrick won't be here today, but she did send us a time lapse of her working on a new piece. We still got a couple of people that we're trying to resolve some technical issues on. So Lorraine McAlpine probably will be featured again tomorrow. So we are just moving along, y'all. We got... wow, I don't even know how many hours we've done with these last 13 days. I guess we need to tabulate an hour count. So if you guys have been missing the show, if it's your first time viewing it, this is a 1 month lock-in with artists. Each artist is locked in their own studio. Lock is a figurative term, where they create a body of work. Their goal is to create a body of work in 31 days without too many distractions and obstructions. You had to have 30 days available just to be eligible to participate in this situation. It originated in 2006, and we have been trying to do this residency program for the last few years. And thanks to some of our sponsors, we've been able to keep this thing going and really put it on steroids because the COVID-19 circumstance prevented a certain amount of problems for us. We were supposed to meet in Springfield, Massachusetts at Art for the Soul Gallery, the 12 artists that were selected, and we were going to work in one space and fellowship and create and do some workshops, but it would have been really pretty much cut off to the public. In this situation, now that we had to go virtual, it allowed us a chance to redesign this whole program. And so we are welcoming the change. We're welcoming the evolution. We hope you are enjoying it. It gives you a chance to see an overview where you wouldn't have normally saw what happened in the quarantine. It would have been private just between the artists. Now you get to publicly see the process that some of them go through, some of their thinking processes, some of their techniques. We got a little bit of everything on this show. If you are an artist or creative and you are trying to find your way in 2021, feel free to go to the Art for the Soul Facebook page and the Creative Quarantine Facebook page and the Larry Ponto Brown YouTube channel to see episodes of this show. Where is my partner in crime? I know she's sitting in the cut somewhere. She's out there somewhere. She already knows what's going on. What's happening? How are you doing? For some reason, we don't have sound on you. None, zero, zilch.
Weird sound problem all day.
She might not even have a microphone on. That's how this is live. This is live TV, y'all. This is live.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
All right.
That sounds more like, you know, I always, when you come on the screen, I always peek in the background first to see what's happening on the floors and stuff.
Well, I've been working a little more back towards the back, so you don't see a lot. But I did do a really nice video today, but couldn't get it loaded again. So
everybody else got this, dude. Maybe you must be trying while other people are trying.
I think it's just my files are probably big.
Okay. Well,
and that's just it, because I did a whole video on how the kind of clay I use and the tools I use.
Okay.
Because I'm going to do some clay, so it's a little different. I did a whole video on the kind of clay that I use, because I use an oil-based clay, so it's a little different. And
a lot different.
It's a lot different. And so I kind of did that because I thought it would be great to kind of add that to, especially with what Karen does and what Kathleen does.
Absolutely.
Add that. As a matter of fact, I got to get this out of my pocket.
And look, that's the sculptor right there with that tool. They also use that same tool in horror movies to strangle people with. So.
I had to take that out of my back pocket because it was causing some issues.
So the important thing to know in this situation is that sometimes we can't help but compare and contrast certain disciplines. Like Kathleen is a polymer artist, polymer clay artist, and then you have Karen, who is a ceramics artist. And Louise does traditional sculpture. She does plastine or different types of oil-based clay. She goes to a foundry. She forges her pieces, whereas Karen takes hers and puts it in the kiln, and Kathleen puts hers in the oven. Totally different processes, and I think at some point we're trying to be very careful not to compare and contrast them like they are the same. They're very, very, very different.
Yeah, they are. And Pancho, you're going in and out a little bit.
I'm not sure what that is. Hoping it's not the battery running out on my sound, but we'll see if we can get it squared away before this thing is all over. What you got on your mind?
I got some stuff in the mail. So I wanted to kind of show you what I got in the mail on these tiny little pieces of paper. Check it out.
That's right.
I know.
Now, see, yesterday she was leaning on me, saying that I forgot her, right?
Well, you know what's funny is this was probably at my front door and sitting on my table when I told you that. Because when I checked my mail, it says delivered, and I was like, oh, okay, so these probably were already here when I was talking. Now, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I got this really nice note. Louise, draw in pencil for me.
What was difficult about that?
Huh?
What's the question?
Well, because we were talking about creative quarantine yesterday. We were talking about collaboration yesterday. And I specifically heard Mr. Poncho Brown say, when you send it, they can do whatever they want with it. We can't tell them. And so
you don't care what you do with that paper as long as it's collaboration. You got all the time in the world to figure out what you're going to do with that paper.
So I said, no, he didn't. No, he didn't send me a note.
That's right. Yeah, I was sending you stuff without a note in it. I'm going to put a note in.
I'm going to put a note in mine, too. I'll put a note in mine. But I did get a chance to pack up some metal leaf for different people to send out. And I did talk to LaShawn. Oh, I worked on something really, really fun today. Let me show you. Because I tried to get that video ready for you, but you know how it goes. So, remember this?
Yes, I do. Oh, you covered it with some suede. Is that leather?
It's leather. I did it with leather, and then I cover inside here.
Very cool.
I know. And so I'm still working on it, but I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's sparked to do some kind of assemblage thing. So it's nice to see that. It's nice to see that. That's a different touch.
Yeah, so I'm going to put this red, I'm going to put it right in here, right in this part, because I think that would be kind of neat. So that's some of the, that was my get up this morning and before I went to bed last night, working on that kind of thing. Love, love, love. That was a lot of fun. And I know you stayed up late, so I'm pretty sure you made a video for us all and everything.
Well, I'm a jack of all trades. I think my sound just got drastically better.
Mm-hmm.
Did my sound get better?
It sounded better.
There you go. I had to switch to my other mic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, my thing is, my momentum is kind of messed up right now. But that happens in the quarantine. You have a direction you want to go, mm-hmm. and then you have now because I have all the administrative stuff to deal with. Trying to get back and pursue a particular, road can be a challenge coming back. So yes. Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to figure my way through. But I'm still being very productive. I'm averaging a piece a day at least,
mm-hmm.
a piece and a half a day. So I'm not going to complain. So we got a pretty quiet day then. Nothing really on your mind, huh?
No, I was just, I just wanted to kind of throw that in. I'm always always looking at it from the perspective of you know what people are getting out of it. One of the things I noticed, we do have a couple of people that are painting along with us, which is exciting.
That I'm glad you brought that up because that was what I was going to bring up.
That's exciting.
Matter of fact, we've got I know at least 3 people right now. Kabibia Junku, who we were wearing the scars from, she's in Florida painting right now.
I saw she's been doing
I have a creative quarantine member behind me in the studio. She's Artlesia is back there doing some painting today.
She's back there waving.
Yeah, and we got a couple other folks that are going along with us along the way too. So I think that's a byproduct we didn't expect, which is fantastic.
That's pretty exciting. More and more people. And then yesterday there were several people. It's like, put me down for next year. You know,
well, you know, people have been asking a lot about what is the requirement to be part of the quarantine. I will tell you the basic requirement is having a month available.
Right.
That's the biggest one. I don't want to hear about your baby or your husband and your dog and your white picket fence. I don't want to hear about none of that. You got to have 30 days to commit to this. We also do a portfolio check to see where you are. You know, we got established, we got mid-career, and we got entry-level folks. We pick some folks that have potential. We also sometimes pick folks who need a good nudge. You know, so we have a cross section of all of that. Age is not a requirement at all. Sex is not a requirement. I am one of the ones, despite the fact that my partner keeps separating women out. I am one of the brothers that have always built this project on women and men being equal. So I want to try to keep and stress that as we go along. It's very important because not a lot of opportunities are being given to women artists.
Especially you're right, in the art world, it's still a dominant, there is still a dominance. And I think we had talked about that, either you or I was talking about that with Karen. Some of it is because we have this whole, as a mother, you know, and I'm speaking as a mother, one of the things that I had to do when my kids, I was sharing with somebody that when my kids began to realize I wasn't at home, I had to pull back from my shows. You know, when they were babies and infants, I was fine. But once they start wondering where mom is, I had to pull back. And I had a lot of artist friends who were male that were on the road pretty much all the time. And they were like, Louise, how come you don't do more shows? You know, my wife's at home with the kids. I'm like, exactly.
Well, you know, while we talk on that subject, you know, the business is a male dominated business. But the business is also, we are a minority in the business. African-American artists of color, we are underrepresented severely in the art business. So when we start talking about women's causes, I'm really sensitive to that because I've watched so many artists from so many different walks of life that have found a way to perpetuate this interest. It's the best way I can just frame it. And within our group, we got mothers, we got some folks that have disabilities. We have so many different kinds of people in this group. People who did take their babies on the road. Deborah Shedrick was, man, I heard them kids was on the road. They were setting up booths for her. You know, so everybody does it different, and we got to respect the way, but we got to be real careful not to paint a brush on what can be expected and what cannot be expected. Because I got some women friends that trailblazed this business. Annie Lee, the late Annie Lee, broke every rule there was to break in the African American art game. You know. And all the things that women would have normally said this was the issue, plowed through it. I'm going to talk about something that's real different, though.
There's
going to be some people that disagree with me on this subject, but this is something that I've noted. I'm really intrigued by human behavior. As time and as we evolve as people, with all the things that have rights, including dogs and people and bullies and all the other things we making rights for. There are some attributes that are changing within women and some attributes changing within men. Men are becoming more female-ish and have a female side that's becoming more activated. And females are using a male side that's becoming more activated because of all of the things we got to kind of deal with. So we got to be real careful not to reframe this stuff as a particular basis because the business and people are evolving every day.
We have a question here. It says, did the quarantine create a level of pressure that hinders your creativity?
I'll let you answer first. I got my answer already.
Okay. Well, for me, it did not. It did not. For me, it just made me want to, I kind of just jumped right in because we had been talking about it for a while. And it's something that I had wanted to do. And I believe that most of the artists that joined were interested in creating and having this time to create. So for me, it did not create a sort of panic. I can't create because I'm under pressure, because that's not what this was about. It wasn't a pressurized moment. It was something we decided to do or volunteered to do. And so in a sense, the reason why we volunteered to do it or decided to do it was because we wanted to create. Mm-hmm. We wanted to be a part of this kind of creative energy and understood that there was creative energy that was flowing. So it just kind of, to me, it kind of flowed naturally. Yeah, some of us had like this, okay, get start, some jump started, and some was like, let me go through my things and see what I'm going to do. But I think we all kind of understood that, hey, we came here to create. We came here to create.
Well, I will say that by me doing these so long that I'm not pressured, it doesn't hinder my creativity. The only thing that's hindering my creativity this year is trying to produce the show while creating artwork, and producing the show and managing the artists while creating, because there's so many moving parts that impede. So my pressure is more on that side of it than on creating, but it is definitely dividing my time. But I will tell you an overview of the 12 artists. There's all kinds of different artists. There's some artists that were stressed from the beginning severely. There's some artists that still stressed right now, truth be told.
Right.
There's some artists that have picked up. And in fairness, we have 2 artists that have quarantined before. So, and Deborah Shedrick has done, I believe, 1, but we've done private ones. LaShawn has done 1 and a private one. So they already acclimated. They know what to expect. They know what to do. Karen Clark this is her first one. This is your first one. But then you got the established and mid-career artists, and I find that they have they're an easier path than, say, artists that are trying to find who they are and what their calling card is, and how disciplined they are with what they do. And so I think that's why a show like this is good, because you get to see an overview of all those artists doing their thing. So that's enough chipper chapper. We just trying to talk to y'all and give you some thoughts for the day. You know, a lot of times me and Louise get a chance to incubate on things overnight.
But we gotta post Carla. She's like over there. She got some new supplies and everything delivered today.
All right, well, that's good. You know, just make sure them supplies don't end up in your on the supply shelf.
On the shelf.
That's right. I know a whole lot of folks that got an art supply store in their house.
Oh yes.
I'm going to start today with Louise, since she sent me this powerful. She sent me a powerful video this morning, so I want to share this with you. I'm gonna embarrass her while she's on the screen.
You're always embarrassed.
And we're going to show this video real quick. Well, you know, this is important stuff because there's a spiritual aspect to this that we have not really discussed.
So, hey everyone, this is going to be day 13, and this is kind of how I start my day. And yes, I have on my polka dot robe today, and this is my my little corner of my studio that I have set aside in my studio. So this is in my studio. And so I normally start my morning off with my devotional, and actually this little iPad that wasn't working for everyone, I actually put my Bible app on it now. I have my Bible app on everything, but I figured since I had this and I'm using all of my other devices, I would just leave this right here with my Bible app open. I mean, you can't see it because it's all white, but I just open my Bible app and just leave that on there because I'm doing the year through the Bible. And so this way I can just come over and click it and it comes up. But it's kind of how I like to start my morning, just reading the word and just going through my Bible and prepping for my day. You know, sometimes I'm like up and I'm on my computer and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, let me start my day off right, and go and read my scriptures. And so I'm actually reading through the Bible chronologically. A lot of people just kind of read straight through the Bible, but actually I find it more interesting reading through the Bible chronologically. And so that's how I'm doing it. And now I think I'm on day, because I started a little late. I didn't start January 1st. I started like January 5th. And so, but I'm just doing catch up because I'm trying to catch up to the 13th. So I'll be a little ahead of this because this will still register as starting January 5th. But I'm trying to, and whether or not I end on December 31st or January something, the goal is just to read through the Bible, not necessarily read through it in a year. And it's something I've wanted to do for a while and I just never have done or never have gotten around to do. So, so it's something I've always wanted to do. So I'm going to do it. I was like, this is the year I'm going to do it. So this is kind of my morning space. And this, you can see, this is one of my bronze pieces. The governess, here I'll lift it up a little bit so you can see her, not the government, it's sanctuary. And I'm always sitting under the sanctuary every morning when I come to do my devotionals. I sit under the sanctuary, and then I also sit under serenity. This is serenity here. I'll show you. Serenity is up here. And so serenity is also, and I didn't even think about the pieces. That's a long piece. So I'm always sitting right next to my sanctuary, and I'm always sitting under serenity every morning as I do my morning devotionals. And I know it's like, oh wow, yeah, this is what I look like in the morning. But then I think this is what I look like all day. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put on some lip gloss or a cool shade of lipstick, or you know, I might do eyeliner. You know, my kids are like, "Mom, you look weird eyeliner." That's because I don't wear it regularly. I like going out with my face on, and then that way I know who I am. I can recognize myself all the time, as opposed to like taking off makeup and then like, who is that? Same reason I don't dye my hair, because I don't want to be terrified later as the roots come out. I'm also having water in the morning.
You're silly.
Because I don't
Silly.
have enough water, so I'm trying to drink water in the morning and then throughout the day. But if I get it in the morning, because I'm a big tea fan, but I want to drink water in the morning so that I can get my water in. And the other reason I'm drinking water in the morning is because I was being lazy and I didn't want to make tea, even though I have everything up here in my studio. I have my teapots, I have instant hot water, and a cabinet full of tea. But I think most of the tea that I have up here is caffeinated. It's caffeine tea, and I drink mostly non-caffeine tea. I don't drink a lot of caffeine. So, and most of the tea that I have up here that has caffeine in it, I normally serve it when I have guests up in the studio. When people come to visit, I sit out, I put the teapot out, and I sit out tea, and we sit and we drink tea and crumpets or something really cool from the French bakery. I love the French bakery. I won't be doing anytime soon because of COVID and the fact that I'm in a month-long quarantine. So with
My cousin.
creative quarantine. So, but this has been really fun, and I've been enjoying creative quarantine, and I've gotten a lot of stuff done, and I've tried quite a few new things and things that I haven't done in a long time. So it's actually been fun and exciting. So I just wanted to share a little bit of my morning and what I do. I do a little bit of computer work once I'm done with my devotionals, email checks, and stuff like that. So I'm going to read a little bit of my morning devotional, and that's kind of how this part of my morning will go. So
Only you would time lapse yourself reading the Bible. But I think that's very cool. Look at your expression.
It's speed reading.
It's showing me how it's resonating with you.
there you have it. Normally I do listen to. I normally have some worship music going in the background, but you know, we have to be careful with the music that we play on our on the Creative Quarantine Live. So I didn't play any music because I didn't want to. But normally I have some worship music on to kind of get my day started. But my Bose has been acting up, and I'm a little upset about it. So I'm gonna take it back to the store. But yeah, that's how I start my morning. Normally I probably read about 4 chapters. Because this devotional normally goes through about 4 chapters, and then some of them are 3 chapters, but I try to keep up. But I'm not going to bore you with a whole nother set of chapters, so I am going to read a few more chapters. I'm going to keep going and read a few more chapters before I'm done, and then I'm going to go over and do my email checks, things like that. I do my emails in the morning, check to see what I might have missed. I do try to do some in the evening, but I'm just not in that frame of mind in the evening. I do check, but in the morning is when I really go and check my emails, answer things, fill out things that might come in that I need to fill out, stuff like that. I'll do that in the mornings as opposed to after creative quarantine, because then after creative quarantine, you're just like, you might want to do some creating, but not email checking and answering emails. So, all right, I will see you guys a little later today. Bye.
Day 13, y'all. We are in day 13 of the creative quarantine. It is moving. I tell you, I don't think the artists are aware of how fast. After this week, it zooms. This weekend, we will be at the halfway point already. So those of you that are trying to get some momentum, this is the time to start getting in the grind. I'm very happy with what's been happening so far with the artists. What's up with Poncho? Well, let me see. I've been giving you little snippets of things that I think help you organize yourself, creatively organize yourself. It's a great morning outside today. I'm trying to get my behind out there a little bit for a minute, do a few things, maybe photograph a couple pieces. Yeah, organization.
Part of this creative quarantine has been challenged because it was organically organized. In other words, we didn't know what to expect. We tried to write a schedule and the parameters and what you can do, what you shouldn't do, and all that kind of stuff, rules and regulations for the artists so we can make sure we're all on the same page. But the infrastructure of what's happening is actually happening live. So we are actually not only creating our work, but we're even creating this broadcast. I get on the phone every now and then with my partner in crime, Louise, and we talk about different things that's happening. We're watching the progression of the artists technically and otherwise. It seems like each one of the artists are doing something different every day. When I see something promising, I like to at least come in there. I want to give a real shout to my girl, Kathleen Anderson. She did a presentation a couple of days ago where she completely jumped off the cliff, which is unlike what she's used to, with painting and oils on her medium. And she created an original the other day. I don't know if you saw, if you didn't, watch the show from yesterday again. And she presented that piece. It was funny because she presented that piece and the sound on that particular day wasn't acting that great, but the piece turned out awesome and completely different than what she was used to doing. And I'm hoping that she will trudge forward and create more pieces like that. So if you missed it, Karen Clark did a kiln opening yesterday. Woo-hoo-hoo. That was late. So if you weren't up 9 o'clock last night and following us, you missed that. If you missed it, go back to show 12, get to the end and see the pieces she's been sculpting all week. She did her first firing, which was very, very exciting. I snagged up a piece already, but the pieces were beautiful. So overall, everybody's moving along. Some people are still struggling with video, creating them and uploading them and moving this information around, which is something brand new to us because up to now, I tell you, I didn't even realize what I was walking into when it comes to moving large video files and being able to accommodate 12 artists. But so far, thankfully, we are hanging on, and I believe we'll get more efficient as time goes on. So overall, I'm still pumped, still hyped. At another stage where, I prep, I paint, I create. I prep, I paint, I create, vicious cycle. I prep, I paint, I create, vicious cycle. I print, I can't even say it. That's what's up with me. So right now I'm back in a prep mode. All the pieces that I prepped prior to my first week of working, those pieces are completed. And now I'm getting ready for what pieces are going to be executed this week. I've got some larger pieces that I want to do and some odd pieces that I want to do. So later on, you'll see me prepping that stuff. Now, what I want to show you is two things that I think that are very important to me. Some of them might be just me being anal retentive. It might be just me being obsessive. I don't know. Because as you watch the show, you're starting to see artists that are a little bit of all of that in different areas. Okay, we're connected by a creative thread. And so some of the stuff that we do is repeated behaviors that all of us do. But I'm anal about documenting stuff. I don't know where they came from. Sometimes I document like too much. It's like, Pancho, what are you writing it down for? Nobody's ever going to care. Somebody's going to read this and not be able to make the connection to others. Are you writing it because you're afraid you're going to forget it? Whew. Well, that's where I am. But I got a couple practices that I know will help you out. One is my calendar practice. I have a calendar thing that I put up more than one calendar. In other words, I just put up my 2021. I marked down the things that's happening in January. But I have kept my last 15 to 20 years of calendars. Now, what's unusual is that every now and then when I flip to February, I'm going to take down as many calendars as I can take down, flip to February and see what the hell was happening in my life. I'd make little symbols where I was happy, sad, different things that happened, poignant things that happened, scheduled stuff. And I could still get an overview of what that year was because as we lose and move through time, we can't remember anything. I like to be able to, when I start my month off, have a refreshing starting point for me to look at and reflect to kind of get a better position on how I want to manage my year and my time. Because the one thing we don't get back is time. The one thing we all share is time. And so artists, because we are time travelers, I say time travelers because despite all the chitter chatter the artists talk about what they're doing in their work, creation is really pretty much a silent experience. From the moment they take whatever is in their hand in their medium and touch it to whatever they're getting ready to do, their brain takes over and they just disconnect. So when you see us here trying to articulate what we're doing on the show, for you, it's for you. It's not for us. It's for you to have a better idea of what's happening and for you to get a better chance to step in and see what the creative process might feel like. Because even with that, you still are not seeing where most artists are. So I'm glad we're pressing the envelope and trying to show you that. But that's a very, very important point. You got to remember all the stuff we're creating started from a white sheet of paper, black sheet of paper, molded clay, whatever. And we are really making magic, but we are time travelers, because from the time I put my pen down to paper, the time elapses. I could go down at 8 o'clock and look up, and it's 8 p.m. at night. That's 12 hours for time travel. I'm not sweating, I'm not tired, and everything that happened around me is what I was oblivious to. And so you can imagine what it could be like in a quarantine where you're totally isolated, or in a pandemic where you're partially isolated. How that could feel. And so it's a positive and it's a negative at the same time if you don't understand how to manage your time. So I want to show you my calendar thing. Yes, it is very obsessive, but I think if you look at it, you can go, yeah, I could have some merit if I just wrote down what I did last year and compared it. So that's what I started doing. I started off doing 1 year. And then after a while, it was like, okay, I bought another calendar. It was 2 years. And that's why I was like, okay, wait a minute now. This hook will hold about 5. Next thing you know, I got 10 years of calendars. And I'm able to look at a 10-year overview. If I want to sit down and have some time with myself, I'll grab my Karen Clark mug. I'll put some tea in that thing. I'll lay those calendars out on the floor, put my glasses on. And sometimes I take a walk through time, my time, to get a real assessment of what's going to happen to me next and what I could chart going forward. Okay, so that's why I want to show you that. I think it would be very, very helpful to some of you. Another thing too that I'm very driven by is goals. I'm very goal oriented. I don't care if the goals are crazy. It's just I like to set it out there, and I believe when you put things in the universe and you mean it and it's coming from a pure place, it's going to come back. I just believe that. I might be crazy. Call me crazy, but that's what I believe. And so I think a goal board is just like when you do at the beginning of the year, you do I forget what we call those things, but it will come back to me. But you do what's the little things you do when you create and you one day you put all the things you aspire to do. There's a particular term for it. It's slipping my mind at the moment. But a goal board is essentially what those things are. And what I'm doing now, one is for your life, and the goal board for me is for
the resolution.
I write down everything I want to achieve, things that are on the projects that are running, objects that I want to get, things that I want to paint. Vision board is what I was trying to shoot for before my brain went bloop. So I believe in vision boards, but vision boards sometimes can be like New Year's resolutions, because I used to believe in New Year's resolutions, but I don't anymore. Because I think you have to make lifestyle changes, and it can't be abrupt. They have to be something that's really in your spirit and in your psyche in order for you to really manifest it. I don't think it's like, I'm going to lose 5 pounds, and then you lose 5 pounds, and then what happens? You can gain it right back, okay? Because you didn't make any adjustments. You just made a commitment to the thought, okay? And so what I think a goal board does is it's up every day. Your brain's processing it every day. When you walk past it, it's affecting you. And after a while, you're going to realize the things that you put out there in the universe is coming to fruition by you checking those things off on your goal board. So January for me is an exciting month because I get a chance to wipe my board down and put some new stuff up. And if it's not done yet and I still want to do it, I just leave it up there from the prior year. But every now and then I just erase it down to white and I start all over again. I think I should be doing that really every 4 years. Okay. So I want to show you my calendar thing. I want to show you my goal board. And then for me today, it's going to be about prep. I got to prep all of my items my found items. You get a chance to see how I move forward with those because, there are all kinds of different surfaces. You got to know what you're doing. And so I'm going to tell you some of the things to look out for while I prep my next series of things for this week's quarantine. Well, hello, everybody. Everything I do, I guess I'm anal with tracking my history and my creative energies. I've been doing this for a long time. I want to introduce you to a practice of mine. This can be helpful. I'm not expecting everybody to be able to incorporate all of these items. See if I can do this and light this properly. But what you're looking at right now is about, to be honest with you, it's 8 years of my life. Okay, 7, I can't count. But this is what's up. Every year, I get a new calendar, which is the one we got for 2021. And I mark down a few things on it. But what I also do as a practice is I hang as many calendars as I can hang. So here is my calendar for January of 2020. For 19, back to 2005, 2015, 2016, 17, 18. The reason I do this is because I like to track my emotional development, creative development, my schedule, everything. So if you look back here to 2019, you see I did CQ19. That means that was a creative quarantine month. And I would actually track how many pieces I created per month. Some days I did one. Then I did one day was 5 pieces, 4 pieces, one. You see, I try to get myself on a schedule 3. But I track my whole year. I even got calendars that have, good information, bad information. 2016, I was diagnosed with cancer on the 25th. Which is also the day of my dad's funeral back in 2011. So I'm tracking everything with these calendars. I want you to get in the habit of doing that. Not only do I track my schedule, day-to-day events, meetings. Yes, we're in this digital age of do everything online and do everything in your phone. But I like to keep a good old school wall calendar where I write down my details, who I met, when I saw them, any other details that are life altering. Keeping track of classes. You see, I have here on 2021, all of my exercise days are booked already. The end of the quarantine is booked already. But just want you to see that in this particular case, I created 58 pieces in 2019. You notice on the other calendars, I don't track my quarantines on those, but I still did them. That's my every year challenge. So I want to give you an overview of how I deal with scheduling, tracking myself, and otherwise. And trust and believe, when I flip my calendar over to February, I flip them all back to February so that I can track where I was and what I did, because it's nearly impossible to remember your development without having it written down. So I hope that helps you with another way to organize yourself. Keep these calendars. I have all of mine hanging in one spot. To be honest, right here next to me on my desk is one from 2014. So I actually have 8 calendars up. This one's not turned to January, but this is what I do. That hook, all of my calendars go on that hook. Hope that helps you with trying to plan out and get better with organizing your creative cycle. Every artist has one. Start tracking yours. And to add to my calendar obsession, This is something else that is very important to keeping me on track in the studio. These are in my working studio. Okay, so it's not something that's arbitrary. This is a practice I do every year. Just letting you know some things you can do to reorganize yourself. I have a big whiteboard. I keep it up. I keep it in front of me. It's right by the door that I exit every day. I see it. My brain sees it. My subconscious sees it. My spirit feels it. Right? So I got my goals for 2021. I want to keep my weight down. I came down from 250 at my worst, and my goal is to be 179. I'm now 182. I have the Golden Age of African American Art movie that I'm working on, documentary. I have a Keys to Self-Promotion book I want to do. My retrospective book. I want to do an adult coloring book. I want to do a self-validating artist book. I have all these projects that what I would like to do. Taking jewelry classes, doing more ceramic sculptures, expanding my online reach. I also have a section here of things I want to paint. Fluorescent painting. I want to do a bronze sculpture. I want to do some welding classes. I want to learn Final Cut Pro and more about 3D mapping. I also have a wish list. I need a new Mac because my old Mac, she's holding on, but she could use some help. It's about 10 years old maybe. Okay. So I'm going to buy me a new Mac. I want a MacBook. I always wanted one, don't have one. I got a PC right now. Blackmagic Ursa Pro is a professional grade video camera, which we're using to shoot the Golden Age of African American Art documentary. So I want to get and invest in one unit myself. The Oculus Quest HMD is a headset. It's a 3D headset. Since I'm doing a 3D mapping, I want to get me a Oculus Quest HMD. And at the very bottom is the Epson P7570 printer, which is the next new Epson printer. That is my goal list. I think everybody should have one in front of them in their subconscious and be willing to put red checks. I just redid mine for 2021. Last year, I had about 5 items checked, always changing them around. This is my Epson printer that I use right now, but I am already putting into the universe for the Epson P7570 printer. It's a good day to come outside and take a few pictures of a couple of things. It's a little windy, so I gotta be careful with these things. Sometimes the wind will take these away. But a lot of times I break these pieces outside to do before and after shot because I don't have to do any kind of lighting on them. I'm using a Canon camera. It works very, very nice. It's the T7i, for those of you that have been wondering. And all I'm doing now is taking the pictures of the three-dimensional pieces that we did. And some chargers that Sean Beal set to do my collaborations. Beautiful day out today in Baltimore City. Nice day out on the deck. You know, I told you I come out time to time to get some sunshine on my face. And outside the studio, beautiful, huge building, crystal blue skies today. And what can I say? Your boy is going to enjoy as much as he can. So I'm out here today just trying to do some lightweight photography for the rest of this project on this beautiful day. And I know the wind's blowing, but hey, it's good to get some nice clean air in my lungs because I've been in the studio just about every day grinding. So let me take my behind back inside if I get you home. Another very, very cool byproduct of this particular quarantine is that artists have been watching. And we have a small section of artists that are out there actually painting with us. So people are not only watching the show, but now they're setting up their easels, their workstations, and they're working along with us and watching the show. That I was not expecting. But sometimes you get these happy byproducts, man, of things that happen when you try something new. Broadcasting this whole thing for 30 days was really a leap. We had no idea what we were getting into when we jumped into this. But I thankfully, we're being historical by being the first ones to really launch out and expose a project like this. So I hope that people are really gaining another perspective on what the creative process is. I'm hoping they're able to look at themselves and see themselves in this story. Man, this is like a reality TV show almost. You should see 12 different characters, 12 different demeanors, 12 different personalities, all very creative, all have their own style, mode, disposition, all of that, economic condition, different races. We got all kinds of stuff in this group. And everybody is kind of coming together and we're cheering each other on. And we move. And yeah, we got a couple folks that's still trying to find their way. And sometimes when they're trying to find their way, issues can present themselves. But overall, hey, man, I think we're doing great. This is only day 13, coming to the end of day 13. And so all of you artists out there, all you people out there that's painting with us, I appreciate it. Hey, and send us some of the stuff you're working on so we can get some ideas from it, okay? This thing is about really taking the time to understand what creativity is, because we all have that side of us. And so I believe in these times, especially with the pandemic, that some of the things we need to be striving for is to reconnect to our creative self. This isolation is perfect for it. Get you a coloring book, get you a knitting needle, get you a connect the dots or whatever, paint by numbers. I don't care what it is. Do it. Do it. Buy yourself some fancy set of coloring pencils for your coloring book. You know, this is what this time is for. This creative quarantine is just not us 12 artists going off and doing our thing. This is a possibility. Anybody can do a creative quarantine. Anybody can. You just have to make the commitment to this time frame. And that's what each one of the artists has done. So with that, I think I'm going to prepare myself to get a little rest. But this is day 13.
Hi, my name is Artlesia Bibbs, and I'm from Fort Washington, Maryland. I've had the pleasure of participating in the Creative Quarantine 2019 at the Larry Buncho Brown Studios in Baltimore, Maryland. It was an amazing professional opportunity for me as an emerging artist. I was in a quarantine for a weekend among 10 other artists from the metropolitan area. It was a fantastic opportunity to network, to learn technical capability from other artists, and for artists to share different techniques that they were using, and to visit other artist studios within the same building. It was great. For someone like me that's emerging and just getting into the art business professionally, some of the relationships that I made, some of the people that I met really helped to move my career along in an expeditious way. I got my first run of prints from my experience working with Puncho during the quarantine. I think that the artist quarantine is an amazing experience. Certainly this year has been fantastic. I've had an opportunity to tune in and see some of the artists that I have been collecting, actually. LaShawn Bell's one. Karen Clark is another person that I love her work. There's just been an amazing group of people and an enormous amount of talent where you're actually able to see people create artwork online. And I've had the opportunity to create alongside with some of them, which has been fun. So I would encourage people to tune in online to participate in the quarantine. And hopefully you'll get an opportunity to participate yourself one day. I think it's a fantastic thing just to learn.
So there you go. Testimonials. What is Louise doing in there? She's pretending to be working. What is she doing over there? She's all muted up.
Just putting in some.
I think when we start showing other people's features, I think she goes out and goes for a ride through the neighborhood or something.
Just a little bit, I gotta get out. And not that I don't enjoy listening to everybody, but I got several devices that I can, I check in.
I'm forget to tell y'all that she's definitely plugged in. What else you got for me? We got a couple other presentations. What else you got for me? What else you want to talk about?
Well, I've just been, it's just been kind of like a busy. What did she say? I am told me it's not too bad. Now you can gold leaf on watercolor paper, because I do gold leaf. All of my gold leaf is on watercolor paper, but you want to put down a base coat, a red base coat. You always want to put down a base coat or a color underneath before you put your size down. I actually like gilding on watercolor paper because of are you punching the button when I punch the button, Pancho?
That's because we psychic like that.
I know. And you definitely want to put down a base coat, and then that way it seals that watercolor paper. It seals that watercolor paper, and then you put your size on. But no. You can gild watercolor paper. I look at gilding watercolor paper because watercolor paper is seen as this delicate paper, and that's what I absolutely love about it, is that it's looked at as a delicate paper, and that watercolor paper texture comes through that metal leaf. So yes, you can still gild watercolor paper. You just have to make sure you put down a base coat or a really nice paint color. Like I said, if you watch my last video, depending on the watercolor paper, depending on the metal that you're using, but really, Pancho, really.
I'm still learning how the gadgets work.
Well, there you go, Queen Mother.
I don't even know what happened this time, but I was supposed to be showing you guys a short shopping video by LaShawn Beal.
It looks like he's there. There it is.
Today is the day after Christmas, and I am at one of my favorite stores purchasing art supplies for the artist quarantine. I am at Hobby Lobby and I am getting some
Hobby Lobby.
sculpted clay.
Oh, he's in Hobby Lobby.
Working on some sculpted pieces for quarantine. Looks like I'm getting lucky out because I think they are actually on sale today, which is great.
He's holding his camera down. He must be putting those in his pocket.
Because he don't want us to see him. I'm
all the artists are starting to turn their artwork in now, so it's about to get real.
It's about to get
real.
Real.
We had artwork turn-ins by Lorraine McAlpine, by Michelle Vigent. So new piece from Ryan Murray.
Well, Ryan's been kicking butt, I must say. Ryan's been spitting them out and fantastically too.
Yeah, so his last piece really looked nice. So
yeah.
Well, I'm looking.
It's definitely creative quarantine has definitely sparked something in Ryan.
Well, since he's on the subject, let's just show it.
Oh, you added that piece from last night. That was tight.
Yeah, he's getting in the groove. Louise, what have you done the last couple of days? Last couple of days, that T-square was sitting on that same orange mat, that green mat back there. I don't know if that's a carpet or whatever.
That is just for cutting. That's my cutting mat.
Yeah, that's been sitting there for about 3 days straight now.
Because I haven't cut anything else.
Are you saying you don't have nothing to cut?
Not right. I don't have anything to cut. That's only for cutting. That's a cutting mat.
Okay.
And so, there's several things in my studio that just kind of stays up because, but I did work a little bit I worked some on the wood piece. Let me see what, I'll show you that today.
I think she's making up stuff, y'all. But, I want you guys to really be slightly envious of Louise Cutler's studio. That is a bad studio. I might have to go barge up in there myself. She's got all these little areas. She's got natural light. She's got wood floors. My floors are concrete. I got fluorescent light. She's got air flowing through. And
I have air flowing. Oh, don't forget.
She's got animals in the yard.
I have a balcony. It's over there.
I know. It's just she.
I got a balcony. You can see my whole look there. I have really nice ceilings.
Yeah, well, for those of you out there that are trying to figure out what kind of studio you have, just try to look at Louise's and turn your head the other way.
The nicest thing about my studio is I get to walk out into it.
Oh, we got that piece from Ryan. The piece Brian did last night was fire. It absolutely was. My man was.
Sure was. It sure was.
Well, I think you saved this woman right here from an accident.
Queen Goddess Mother, I want to see some of the stuff you have.
All right, so let me see if I can get something else keyed up here.
Let's see, get something else.
What else you got?
Me? Oh, you can always watch me work now. Work.
I think that's what I'm talking about. I don't think you have much work. I think you've been doing a lot of talking this last couple of days.
Hey, I just showed you what I worked on last night. I'm going to work on that some more too. Well, you know what? Here it is. I want to get people's opinion.
Oh Lord, here we go.
Let me bring
She's
it
making
out.
up stuff now.
Because I love it. So I want to get people's opinion as to what should I do next to this? You know, what do you think I should do next? I'm trying to move because what do you think I should do next to this piece? Because this is pretty fabulous. You know, I was like, boy, if Pancho had this piece, there's just no telling what he'd do to it, because it looks like your little faces that you draw sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I would have definitely had some fun with that.
I know. So that's my question is, you know, what do you think? What do you see, Pancho?
I just think you should just keep on applying different things to it. What's happening around the neck?
Well, this is a piece that I had just kind of sitting and floating around in my area. And now, you know, this is leather. I put a white leather on here because I have leather paint. And so I was thinking of doing, you know, like some designs on it. Just doing some designs on the leather paint. I'm not sure I'm going to keep this right here because I'm not incredibly excited about it. So it's just sticking in there. So I'm not sure if this is where this is going to go.
Your sister said,
I'm not studying my sister.
I don't know if I should identify her as your sister, but
just take that. Just take that down. Just take that.
Johnson said it looks like a Christmas tree.
So we're just gonna take that down because I'm not listening to her. She cannot be up to date. We're gonna take her off today. So you see, it's a really neat piece I bought a while ago that I was gonna add to something else, and you have been banished.
We do have a button here in the studio that we can hit to put you on punishment where you can't post anything.
Right. We're gonna banish her today.
Louise hasn't done that yet, so.
Right. So, but yeah, so I was asking people what to do next. No, she's like, whatever. Don't think because you my sister, you can't get banished. So
I'm looking at the queue and nobody's commenting. So maybe that might be is that like a commentary or something?
Right. Do you guys think that this is it? This is it? I'm thinking of adding something under here because when you look at it under here, what do you think?
I don't know why I keep wanting to put some light on that.
On here? You know, I actually have one with it has a light bulb right here.
Some LEDs or something.
On here? Really?
Yeah, well, that could be a nice wall piece.
That's what it is. Oh, you mean like a stunt?
Yeah, you could put like some translucent paper between it and behind it.
Mm-hmm. You mean like put paper right in here?
No, right from the back. I don't know how you would do it, but that's where the magic of creativity comes from.
Right, because I have one similar to this that is a light. It has it's these spaces on 4 sides, and then loan it to me. I thought Rosemary said she didn't do art.
There you go. She's trying to get in the mix. Everybody's stimulated by the creative quarantine.
I think Rosemary's trying to put it on the wall.
You know that's what's going to happen.
So yeah, so that's what I'm going to work on this some more today because I just love it. And I just, I have so many different colors leather till I've just been adding leather on it and just constantly going. So I'm going to add some leather here that goes down a little bit in that top so you don't have to look at this. Okay. And add a little more leather in it. So that's basically what I'm going to be doing a little bit today. And then I have another piece over there. I know you feel like I don't do any work.
No, I'm just teasing you because you are also doing some mad work around here trying to keep this show from going black on the screen.
One of the abilities I have with this event.
Speaking of that subject,
updating the creation videos. So I am right now using a program called Animoto, and we are going to build a video for LaShawn Beal.
grab his picture. Now, as a shortcut, I normally use the template of another artist, and then I delete their stuff, and then I add his stuff. And Sean hasn't submitted all of his pieces yet, but what my job is to make sure that his pieces are updated as he submits them. And if you notice during the show, as they submit works, I update each video. So that's not just the individual videos that have to be done, but the update videos have to be done. So yes, my plate is full, but we are taking it in stride. It is one of the things we have to do to make you be able to see what we do. So right now, I'm just sitting here with all of the stuff on my system. I'm trying to figure out where LaShawn's pieces are. Let's see. We got to look for. Back up. Yeah, so that's one of my biggest challenges is to make sure I keep up with all the artists' works. And all of their images are pipelined to me. Eventually, I'm going to be having some assistance with Sheba Maya with doing this stuff too. So yeah, y'all, it's more than a notion. I am sitting here just painstakingly putting these videos together, but I ain't whining. I'm just taking a break. So what I want to do here is I got LaShawn's 2 pieces, move those in place. I'm going to take all of this other stuff out. Delete that. Take that, delete. Yes, I'm going to change the video for the animated videos. You know, all of the animated logos, we must have about 50 animated logos for all of them are different. So I think I'll use that one for him and change that one. I try to give each artist a different logo. I started to give them all a different song, but I might do that towards the end. And then once I got that in place, I can then do a preview.
I want a different song. I'm going to send you my song.
Show me what it looks like. So once I preview it, I actually produce it. It gives me multiple sizes that I can make the video show up as, from 720p to 480p to 1080p, which is pixels. And the higher the number, the sharper the video will be. And so with the first one will go through, and it'll probably be a lower one. Takes a couple of minutes for each one of those to download and do what they need to do. And then in a couple more minutes, LaShawn's video will be ready. Meanwhile, I just finished a video for, let's see here. We just did Lorraine McAlpine, so we'll play hers. Just getting it right. So if you want a great video program and you are not an editor, Animoto is the bomb. It has all its own music, it has transitions, it has templates. A little expensive, you might pay about $40 to $60 a month. But if you're creating content videos, this is one of the easiest ways to do it. So I I'm going to check LaShawn's video and see if it's finished downloading yet. See what we got. And I think he's ready for a download. We do that. It downloads. I get a big version of it. And then I can see what the final piece looks like.
LaShawn up there looking like Glamour Boy.
Like Fabio.
I know.
Pretty cool, huh? So all I do is go in there and lay those out. I have to keep them all updated for all 12 artists. As they create work, I go back and update their videos, re-upload them to StreamYard, and boom, you are able to see what they create. I'm telling you, this is a one-stop shop. I am not a videographer, I will tell you that, but there are more than one ways to get the job done.
Look at us staring at the TV like we ain't got nothing to do.
That's the best way. It's like, what's next? I think that's how we all were last night with Karen. We were all like this.
Yeah, for those of you that didn't stick around last night, Karen did her first kiln opening last night, around 9:30, something like that. It was late, but she opened the kiln and showed us the pieces that she had been working on thus far in the quarantine. And those pieces are amazing, amazing. Hopefully tonight I can make her do a show and tell. But you know, Karen's going to want to teach you something. So a lot of people want to know what the name of that program is. So I'll make sure I put that in the comment stream for you guys.
That way you guys.
In case you guys don't think that we are live, we are live. We are doing this live.
We have our days. Oh, there you go. Animoto. All right, guys.
Animoto.com. If you want a simple video program and you have no design capabilities, you have no editing experience, this is the program to get. Now, it can be a little pricey. It could be between $49 and $69 a month, but trust me, when I do, I get my mileage out of Animoto. Most of the videos you see that are here, that are slideshow videos, are done on Animoto. But it's a good program. If you guys want to,
I like them. I like the videos that you've created. You know, one of the things that I'm working on, because we've had lots of people asking, hey, is there, you know, will you be selling some stuff? So one of the things I've been working on is the whole Facebook sell thing. Being able
how is that coming along, Miss Cutler?
You know, I figured out a lot of it, and now I'm setting up one because I can't set it up. I tried to set it up on our Creative Quarantine page, but for some reason, it's not letting me. I don't have the power like you do. So I'm going to set it up on the Media Blackton's Fine Art Show page, and then I'm going to walk you through the setup on the Creative Quarantine page because for some reason.
For those of you that are watching this show, you now see the dynamic of thinking between me and my partner. How do you do it? I got to go that way. My partner over there, because I'll just give you the password to get in, and you can just go ahead and do what you got to do. If you're about to go do one and then bring it over to the other and carry your one, and
I know, and that's and it's just work for me. So if I do, so let's just that way I could just get it all set up. And the great part is they'll be able to buy directly through that Facebook page. They'll be able to just click a button, see something they like, click, 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 and they can buy it.
We are continuously trying to innovate new things for this program, and being able to sell easily is something we're trying to develop before our 31st day. So be safe.
We want you guys to be able to buy things. And aren't we looking at possibly doing a Friday sales show?
Yeah, we're going to try to do at least 1 or 2 sales shows. Let's just put our heads together on that so we can start showing some stuff. I don't want to rush the artists and make them feel like we're rushing them to market. So maybe next Friday will be our first endeavor.
Not to market to buy a fat pig.
That's right. Next week, I think by the end of this week, though, we'll be at the halfway point on day.
I think so. I think they're gonna have. I think we're gathering up materials, and hopefully I'll have something.
Louise Cutler has a lot of work. She's just playing. She's playing. She did a bunch of small. Hey, Louise Cutler, as a preview, what are your small originals selling for?
Those small pieces, I think those small, tiny ones, because I'm just using Dutch metal on them, they're probably going to go between around $250, something like that.
You heard it yourself now. But take some of your stimulus money, take $250 out the envelope, stuff it somewhere,
and pick one up because they're about $250. Now, if you're looking at that other one with the lady on it with the bowl on her head, that's a whole nother bracket.
Well, I think that the small originals are going to go like hotcakes around here. I hope
right.
we have some
stuff. I'm about to mount her on a panel.
Well, we're about to let Kathleen into the studio. So let's see what she's doing. Maybe she needs a setup. It is now 7:20.
I think look. Really, Karen? Really? Yeah, I know. I see you read my email.
The perfect answer for Karen was trades are welcome.
No, it's like, Karen, I see you read my email. You mean now that we almost family?
That's right. That's funny. Well, we got somebody in the studio. Let's let her in and see what's happening. Maybe her sound is on. Hey, Kathleen, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Can you hear me this time?
You got
sound and your visuals on the phone.
And picture today.
Yes.
Yeah, so here's what I learned.
Oh, and she's got fly glasses on today.
I know. Look at
That's what I'm talking about.
Up your game for real.
Look, we can see all the way back.
Yeah, so here's what I learned. The sound, I have my laptop tethered to my cell phone.
Okay.
So the laptop had the Art for the Soul Gallery website listening to the broadcast. And because of that, the microphone on my cell phone wasn't working because the microphone on the laptop was working.
See, for those of you that are out there that think this is just, this is live. And we're learning as we go along.
We're rolling as we go along. I like that necklace you have on, Kathleen. That's really
thank you.
Kathleen, I don't know if you were listening to the show earlier, but I gave you some serious props.
Mm-hmm.
I used you as an example of that.
Shouted you out big time.
The piece that you did with the oil painting that you was complaining the whole time. That piece turned out awesome. I want you to show that piece again to the audience now that we got sound and picture.
Oh, look
at what I'm talking about.
That is really. How did you feel about that piece, Kathleen? How did you like it when you took it out?
Say that one more time.
How did you feel about that piece? Because I think it's amazing.
Well, it's cute.
It has to wear on her, Kathleen.
Yeah, I think it has to wear on me.
But this is a prime example. This is a prime example of what happens when you experiment. It's a beautiful piece. I'm willing to bet you that piece is going to be sold quickly. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm already predicting it right now.
There you go, okay. Kathleen. Now,
and Kathleen, I believe that you should do a few more of those.
Right. I think we should do a few more of them, and because those would look nice framed.
That turned out awesome, awesome.
Oh, you know what, Kathleen? You could probably even just make a frame for them because you do all
Exactly.
those.
Those are hangable pieces. They can be
Right.
mounted
You
right
do those
inside of the
pennies
frame.
around them and make a frame. That would be absolutely gorgeous.
And you could play
Okay.
around with finishes on those too. If you wanted to be glossy versus flat, you can do that also.
There's so much you could do with those.
But that
So
turned out
yesterday, Pancho, I listened to you as you spoke about Deborah's trip to Michael's and the paint department. and how exciting that was for you to watch her do that.
Yeah, I love it.
So here's the thing. That's how I feel when I walk into a fabric store.
I understand.
And I want everything there.
I know. I used to be like that because I'm a tailoring major. So when I would go into a fabric store, and they used to have really nice fabric stores in Chicago, where you got tailored fabric from, and you just go in there and just feel the fabric. It's like when you go in and you just rub it like a pet.
Yes. Yes.
Rub it like it's some kind of pet. I totally understand, Kathleen.
And I really like natural fiber. So when I'm in a clothing store, all I have to do is walk up and down the aisles and look at the clothes on the rack, and I can tell which ones are natural fibers and which ones aren't. I don't have to touch it. I can just look at it and see which ones are. And then if I'm convinced that it is, then I will touch it to just double check.
You don't want any of that synthetic on your hands. It's like
yes. So it's I'm pretty much like an alcoholic in a liquor store. There's a really nice fabric store here in the Springfield area called Osgood's. And one day I was traveling back from another destination, nearing the intersection where Osgood's is located. And I had to keep telling myself, do not go in. Do not go in. Do not go in. Don't go in. Don't turn that way. Do not go in. And I listened to myself, thank goodness.
Oh, yeah, because see, me, I would have told myself not to go in, but I would still been headed in that direction.
Yeah,
I worked at a fabric store for 1 week.
What about, say that again?
I said I worked at a fabric store for 1 week.
I used to manage a fabric store.
See, I wouldn't have had any money.
Well, I never thought I liked calico until the calico sale. And I'm cutting calico all day long for people, and before you know it, oh, I'll have some of that. Let me get some of this.
Yeah, so I have a ton of fabric downstairs. I've given tons of fabric away, and I still have a lot. But now I have a lot of leather too, because I used to make leather handbags. But Kathleen, what do you have for us today? I'm looking forward to
yeah, so yesterday I was conditioning clay for making a heart box.
Okay.
And you did a really good job of interpreting my yeah, you did really good, really good. So I'm working on the inner core, the first step of it. And so what I was doing yesterday was mixing and blending a bunch of different clays together, different brand clays together. And so I mix them so that I can get a solid structure. Okay. And so like any paint, and I tell people working with polymer clay is like working with solid paint. That when you mix a whole bunch of colors together, you end up getting a mud. You end up getting a mud color, unless you put a lot of black in there, and then you get something. So anyway, so what I was doing yesterday was blending together a bunch of different colors so that I could get them all blended together.
That's really cool.
Huh?
That looked really cool when we were watching you yesterday.
Yeah, it looked really cool. So now I have this sheet.
Wow. Because you went from so many different colors to from gray. It was several different colors yesterday. And
Yeah,
now
well, that's happened. But that's what happens when you mix paint, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so the inner core for the heart box I usually put on a medium thick setting, not the thickest setting and not the thinnest setting, but somewhere in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And so with this sheet now, I'm going to tip the camera down so you can see my surface.
Okay, I'm going to give you a full screen so they can see you, Kathleen.
Okay, so
Okay.
So now what I'm doing is, now that I have this one long sheet that should be long enough to drape the length that I want it over the heart box form, and I'm going to use this form. I'm collaborating with LaShawn and with Karen on a heart box project. And I think I might use this shape for both of them, or I might use this shape for, I don't know, for one of them. I don't know which one, but one of these two. So you can see they are different sizes. And I have a bunch of these forms I use depending upon the size of the heart box. This one is good, fairly decent size for ashes, for a human ashes. So this could be used as an urn. I have another form I used, also is a little bit bigger than this one, that could also be used for an urn. A woman bought one for her cat ashes, not this big size, but a smaller one. But I'm going to, right now, work on this size heart box. And so what I'm going to do with this long sheet of clay you just saw is I'm going to cut it in half. And then what I have to do to make sure that it's wide enough to fit around the clay, around the form, is to adhere the two pieces together. So I think what I'm going to do is just cut some of this off to make it an even edge. There's a craft center in this part of the state of Massachusetts called Snow Farm. And I'll be teaching this as a workshop this spring. So if anybody is interested in learning how to make a heart box, come take my workshop at Snow Farm. Okay, so I have it fairly even. Now what I need to do is join these two sides. Some overlap is okay because what I'm going to do is smash this down so that the edges come together. And once they're sort of together, then I'll take usually I take a sheet of tracing paper. Like this is a small piece, but it will do. And I have this spoon that I'm just going to blend the seam so that it's fairly smooth seam and not lumpy. Now with the smaller heart boxes, smaller forms, I don't need to do this, but with the big forms I do because the clay and my pasta machine is not wide enough to make a sheet this wide. So this, like I said, is the very first step of the process to get enough clay, depending upon, again, the size of the heart box, to get enough clay to make these sheets long enough to not only long enough to fit the length of the heart box, but wide enough to go around the heart box. So then once I have this seam mended and blended together, I'll turn it over and do the other side. Okay, I'll take my blade and scoot it along to release the sheet from the glass. Okay, so then I'll do a similar thing on the other side, just to get the seam as smooth as possible. And it's not a major, well, it's an important detail. It's not a major detail. Well, maybe it is kind of a major detail. It's important to get this seam as even as possible, so we have what appears to be one even wide sheet. And again, this is the first step, and this is the inner core of the heart box. So this, once it is shaped around the heart box form and then cured in the heat, this will be the inner core, and it will be covered. It will be covered inside and outside. But this is just the beginning to give the structure of the heart box so that the there's a structure to add the lining and to add the outside veneer. Okay, so that's fairly decent. Like I said, this is the first step. This will be covered inside and outside. And this just gives a structure upon which to do the next steps of the heart box. Okay, so again, this is the form I'm going to use for this particular sheet. And while I like the shape of this heart box form, I want it longer. So what I do in that case, behind me is old library card catalog. And what I'll do is, can you see this?
You can't see that.
Can you see?
No, we can't see it from here.
Oh, you can't. Okay. Oh, I had it down. All right. Can you see, or do I need to get it closer?
No, we can see it.
Okay. So I have a collection of baby food jars because I was using them as the core for some other projects and using these to support a veneer, putting clay around these. So I have a bunch of these. And so you see one is taller than the other. I put this, this is a shelving sheet, keeps stuff in your shelf from sliding around. And it keeps the heart box in place while I fit it with the clay. Okay, so now I'm going to take this clay sheet and drape it around the form. Drape it around the form and now shape the clay. I want to make sure that it's the sheet is pretty much the same length in the front and the back, which it is. Here's one side, here's the other side. So it's pretty much even. And now what I do is shape the clay around the form. And like fabric, this clay is stretchable. Well, like some fabric, like knitted fabric, for example. Okay, so I pinch these ends to form around the shape of the box form. I use my fingernails to do an initial seal around the form. And I use my scissors. I'm going to cut this little extra curve off. And I can use a number of different tools I have this big paintbrush here to go under and swipe it around the clay to get it shape it the way I want it. And then I just pinch it along the side seam here. And now I'm going to shift it around. Look at the other side. Ooh. And cut this off. And again, pinch. I can start wide with the pinching and then go in narrower if I want to, depending upon the shape and the size I want for the box. So once I have the shape kind of underway, then I can take my scissors and I'll cut this wing off.
Kathleen, what got you started into heart boxes?
Well, I'm originally from Minnesota, and my dad's oldest sister, Margaret, used to call me after I moved to Massachusetts. She used to call me once a month just to check in and see how I was doing. She never had her own children. She treated her nieces and nephews like her own kids. She doted on us. Mm-hmm. This was the aunt. So my brother, my younger brother James, and I were the oldest of the nieces and nephews. So we're 8 and 10 years older than the next set of nephews nieces and nephews from her sister. Mm-hmm. So here's what Aunt Margaret would do. She would, on my birthday, she would buy my gift and my brother's gift. And on his birthday, she would make sure that he had a gift and I had a gift. And on Christmas, she gave us each, identical kinds of gifts. So that's how she was with all of us kids. Mm-hmm. So she would call me once a month just to check in to see how I was doing. And one call, I told her I was making jewelry out of this material called polymer clay. So she asked me to send her pictures. And I said, okay, Aunt Margaret, I'll send you pictures. And the next month she called and she chatted and send me the pictures. Oh, okay, Aunt Margaret, I'll send you the pictures. And every month she called. And every month I agreed to send her pictures. And every month I didn't do it. And then my dad called to tell me that Aunt Margaret had passed away.
Oh.
and I had never sent her the pictures.
Mm.
And so I thought, well, I'll make a neck piece for her that we can place on her body. And as I attempted to design a neck piece, it caused me to think about Aunt Margaret and who she was. And I was finding out from my other younger brother, what colors are people going to select for her clothing, so I could design the right piece to go with. And so it caused me to, like I said, to think more and more about how Aunt Margaret was with us kids, and that probably my cousins would have wanted to share some final thoughts with Aunt Margaret and didn't get a chance to.
Mm-hmm.
And I had been wanting to make boxes. So I decided to make a box in the shape of a heart.
Mm-hmm.
And at her funeral, I invited people to share their final thoughts. We take for granted that people are going to be here from day to day, month to month, year to year, and we often don't say or do the things that we should be saying or doing in the moment.
Right.
And so I gave sheets of paper to everybody, and I was just astounded with the intensity, the looks on people's faces as they were writing these messages to Aunt Margaret.
Mm-hmm.
We placed them in the heart box, and I put that box under her arm in her casket.
Oh, wow.
Well, my dad remarried, and his sister-in-law came up to me after the funeral and said, you have a business. And but Aunt Margaret's heart box laid flat.
Mm-hmm.
So a viewer had to stand over it to see that it was a heart.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted them to stand up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I did research trying to figure out how I was going to get this flat heart box to stand up.
Mm-hmm.
And then an acquaintance of mine, a friend of mine, now becoming a friend of mine, a colleague, makes purses.
Mm-hmm.
And I also took a class at a workshop where the teacher showed us how to make round boxes.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh, maybe if I make a shape, if I make a form that stands up,
Mm-hmm.
I can shape the clay around that form and use this form to make a stand-up heart box. So that's how I got here.
Wow, that's a pretty amazing story, Kathleen. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I'm finally able to get through that story without crying.
That's what I figured. That's what I figured because I figured that much.
Okay, so once I cut the extra clay off, then I just take my hand and shape the clay around the box. And try and get this as smooth as possible. Now, most of my heart boxes are covered with the canes that I have been showing you.
Right.
So the seam here doesn't have to be great, but you're getting the idea. Okay. So I can press the seam against the heart box form. Because it gives me something solid. Oops. Until I get to the point where there's no clay. I mean, there's no form. And then I just shape it like this. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see it.
Now, okay, so you can see that it's getting shape, right? And as I mentioned once before, the way the clay goes into the oven is the way it comes out. So it doesn't mix or blend or mold or melt into each other. Mm-hmm.
Now, Kathleen, it seems now that's the hard box, but it once you bake it, it'll get harder, or do you put another layer on top?
So like I said, this is the inner core.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I do when I get it the way I want it to look, then I take my X-Acto knife, and I score a line all the way around. I don't cut through, I just make a line there. And then I put this like this into the oven. I use a big pot, like a big soup pot.
Mm-hmm.
And so I place this. So then I'll place this into the big soup pot, and then I'll cure this. Like I said, the way it goes in is the way it comes out. So I want to make sure that the shape of it suits my satisfaction. So, I mean, I can continue to work on the sides, shaping. And now, interestingly, and you probably will understand this, even if I use the same form over and over and over,
Mm-hmm.
the heart box that comes out looks different. Okay, so and I'm going to keep working on this because it's not quite to my satisfaction, but when I get there, then like I said, I will score a line around,
Mm-hmm.
all the way around, and then I'll put this in the oven to cure. And then once it's out, before it gets too cool,
Mm-hmm.
then I will separate. I'll take my X-Acto knife and I'll cut all the way around.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's
so
pretty
then I get. So then here's one. Here's a heart box that's in process.
Mm-hmm. What happened? Catherine dropped off. Hopefully we'll get her. Catherine will come back. She was showing us her heart box, processed heart box.
That's live TV for you, baby.
I know. She had an amazing story.
Yeah, I was listening to it. It is an amazing story.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's just nice to watch her do this whole thing.
Mm-hmm. It really is. So I'm hoping she comes back up. And yeah, you're late. I posted all those.
Glad to know you on your job.
I posted all those.
It's all good, baby. We got each other's back.
No, I'm just
we can never post them too often, can we?
We just keep posting them and posting them. You come in and post them, and then we repost them. Everybody sometimes get a double post.
And what there she is? She's back in the stream.
There she is, back in the house, bro.
Yes, okay. So my phone was overheating and it shut off. So it's going to overheat again. I have to go off. I was just going to show you the this shape.
Okay.
It's still in the process. It's got I cut off the top and the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to now align it. I'll make another sheet.
There is that overheated phone thing again.
They'll make another sheet though, so we'll wait for the other sheet.
Meanwhile,
in another place in land,
we're going to show you some more stuff.
ooh. That is so Deborah.
That's Deborah. We want to send out condolences to Deborah. She had a loss in her family this week. She won't be on the air probably until Saturday, but we're sending all of our prayers her way. Kathleen did a serious little presentation today.
I really, really liked it. And her
story.
Everything was in focus.
Yeah, the story was to the point. For those of you that don't understand what artists are feeling like right now, we got this little cartoon that Karen Clark provided us with.
Kathleen, hey, Kathleen. That was pretty funny. I did want to talk about, watching how Deborah works. And how sometimes people feel as though, oh, you know what? She's just collaging. I can collage. I can do this. But you can't. It's like you can collage, but there's something about the way she does it, because this is her thing. This is her craft. And this is what she do. Because I've been watching how she cuts out those little heads and the hands and the feet, and how she juxtaposes everything together. And she creates these amazing out of paper and tissue paper. And sometimes people will look at that and they're like, oh, that's just paper collage. But they don't understand the creative process it takes.
They will understand it's just paper collage as soon as they get their scissors out.
Oh, no. I got to tell you a story. Okay. So, my husband's a hiker. And he does 14ers, which means he does the really high ones. And so had a nephew here. Bring Kathleen up, because I don't want to go on back out. She's like, all right, Kathleen.
Yeah, it's going out. Next stage in the process.
Tomorrow, then.
So I have to line it, put on a bottom, and then it'll be ready for.
Live TV, y'all. Live TV. That's what I'm talking about.
So, he was young. He was about 19 years old at the time, and lift weights and did all the health stuff, drank all the healthy drinks. And I told him, I said, "Yeah, do you want to go hiking with my husband?" And he goes, "It's just walking." Yeah, it's just walking. And I said, "No, Melvin. He'll get up at like 3-4 in the morning and not get back until probably like 8 at night." He was like, "It's still just it's just walking." So one day my husband said, "Hey, we're going to go hiking. You want to come?" And so I had packed like peanut butter, because you do peanut butter sandwiches and oranges, cut up oranges, things like that, things that'll boost your energy level up. So my husband is one of those people, he get a bottle of water and maybe an orange or maybe one sandwich, and then he's good for the day. And so for my nephew, I packed I'm one of those people, I packed a pack for him. And so they headed off. I think it was about 3 or 4 in the morning. They headed off. And then I'd say about 8 o'clock that evening, 9 o'clock that evening, I forgot which one they went to hike, but it was a 14er. And they come back and there he is and my husband. And I said, "So Melvin," he said, "Yeah." I said, "So was it like walking?" And he goes, "It wasn't like walking."
Exactly.
And my husband said, "Louise, if he wasn't your nephew, I would have left him." He said, "Because I was an hour from the peak and could not peak because he was so far behind." And now, mind you, he's like, "This is an old man. I could do this. I could beat him." I said, there's an art to hiking that you don't have, but he does.
Let's just put it this way. Experience is experience.
Yep.
All right. I got a funnier story about hiking. City boy ain't never did nothing in the wilderness, really. lady from school invites me to Vancouver, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, hey, why not? Be a nice little trip. I go to Seattle. I stay for a couple of weeks, and I go to Vancouver. She asked me if I wanted to go hiking with her the next morning with one of her friends. At that point, I was a jock into martial arts, weighed about 180. I was fit.
Mm-hmm.
And these two little white women, probably about 5'4", took my ass through a trail, and I'm still recovering from it. Because I thought, hey, it's just hills.
Mm-hmm. It's different. It's a different kind of walk.
I'm from the bricks. I'm from Baltimore. How bad can it be? Hey,
right. It's a different kind of walking. It's a different, and people don't understand that. They don't.
I know they were talking about me that day.
Right. And so for me, but I am going to charge you for that little word. I just thought I'd let you know.
That's all right. I'm saving them all for the last week because
is that what it is? But I remember my husband took me to where's our people at today?
That's all right. I got something. We ain't got to talk about hiking.
Oh, okay. No, I enjoy talking about hiking.
That's another show.
We're hikers. We're hikers out here.
Let's see what we got here. We got some.
That's Michelle. Look, I know that's Michelle.
We are doing some watercolors. My plan is to make some abstract backgrounds that can be used to do line drawings of animals on top. It's been a little while since I've worked with watercolors. It wasn't my little watercolor palette, where I'm a lot more free. These are Dr. P.H. Martin's Hydras. I got them when they did a sale.
All that stuff looked new.
When COVID first began, they announced.
Michelle, she get those sales in.
That was really awesome. I've used them before. I have set A, I believe it is.
Those Dr. Martins are nice.
Numerous paintings, and this was a chance for me to get 2 of the other sets that I did not own. But they've been sitting in storage because with a kid around the house, I don't really do watercolors because if you get interrupted, it can destroy a painting real fast. Like watercolor, you really have to be interruption free. I find it's fast, but the planning requires a lot more mental capacity than I have right now. And let's see. So I've got a couple of new brushes too, and most of my brushes are at home. But that's okay. I'm going to be trying to drop some alcohol into the paint to see what that does. And I wanted to work with earth tones right now because this set has some sap green, Payne's gray, burnt sienna, umber, and yellow ochre and sepia. And I've got a few of these watercolor blocks. And the nice thing is, like, because I've got several, I can just switch and let each painting dry. These were damaged out by Michael's last year. You can see the original price was $26.99 and I got it for $6.75. And I think I even got to use a coupon on it. When deals like that happen, I try to buy as many as I can afford. And then I stash them. And this is kind of nice to loosen up. Yesterday I did a lot of detail work, and that can, I'm gonna just wet the paper a little, because most of the techniques I'm gonna do right now are what I'm wet. I like watercolor blocks because they don't buckle, and it's basically stretched for you. But yeah, I was doing some tight acrylic painting yesterday, and my muscles kind of tightened up to the point where I was a little worried that my carpal tunnel might come back. I've got pretty good control over it, but
did you see that drop, Poncho?
I am just sitting here with my mouth hanging open.
Yeah, I haven't used some of these colors.
I thought that's what the little craters were for, the color.
That jar will last her a lifetime. Look at that! Look at that little dot.
I know, because we thought the craters were for you put the paint in the craters, but she's teaching us something new.
How these colors work together. I need more water. colors. The cool thing about these is they're hyper concentrated. So you can, a couple drops is plenty. I wanted my goal here is to get it a little more earthy and less bright than some of my last pieces of them. I do recommend these, like set A, I really love, but they're like more jewel tones. I got this one because I'm really trying to introduce some earthiness to my work. I'd like to be able to work more in earth tones when I intend to. Do I like that green? Huh. I would love it as foliage. I think this is going to be gorgeous leaves someday. That wasn't my intention with this. But I could see it maybe used to turn. See it mixed with some burnt umber. It's nice. It's kind of mossy. So yeah, I couldn't believe that I would have forgotten some of my techniques. I've been focused a lot on digital work because that's much easier to do with a kid around the house, because if you're interrupted, digital paint never dries. So you can always come back to it and figure out what you were doing. And if you aren't sure what you're doing, you can always hit undo and see what the last movie you made was. Especially with Procreate, which memorizes everything. You can even watch a time lapse of yourself work and be like, that's where I was going with that. I've been using my art time to make print on demand things, especially patterns of animals. I got lucky because I got into making fabric just as COVID started, if one could call that lucky. COVID has not been delightful, but it is what it is. And it did certainly make a market for patterns, especially fun, unique patterns. I had one that got popular real fast. I had one of ball pythons and then another of a corgi wearing a plague doctor mask. I really like the bird number. So I wonder how I can control that. That is lovely. See? Whoa. Like, I'm wondering how to get this to do that more on command and not by accident. It definitely needs to be a specific gloss for the paper. But whatever it is, this paper right here, right now, is perfect for it. I'm loving it. It's like watching like neurons grow. Yeah, speaking of being a parent, my kiddo pulled me aside yesterday, which was Sunday, to tell me that they wish I didn't have this job and that I had a different job and that I wasn't an artist, because then I would be home more. That they hated that I worked on a weekend. I felt a little bad about that. I think that's just how it is, though. Kids are very good at making you feel bad sometimes. They don't need it. Gabriel's used to me having them as the center. I don't think that's a bad lesson, though. And they've gotten very independent. They even did a whole Lego kit on their own without my husband's help, because they couldn't wait until my husband was off duty. And that was awesome. All right, that's kind of cool. Looks kind of like mold or something. But I look forward to seeing how that dries. Because when dried and pressed flat, that might be a really cool background for some inks. So yeah, kind of foresty. Got another one. Nice thing about having multiple of these pads is that I can just kind of soften the edges here. I don't want it to be brave white. Well, regardless of what happens with this one, it's cool. I like it. Excuse me. I may cut this into smaller cards. Sometimes I do greeting cards. It'd be cool to have other backgrounds. It's been a while since I've made backgrounds. But yeah, so there you have it. Just playing around. Nothing too crazy. Here's how this one started drying. You can see some really cool textures there. I may just take this and cut it into smaller sections for little pieces. Sometimes it's really fun to just, do a small piece and then draw in ink. And then sometimes I even use white gel pen and just highlight a couple of areas, and it looks pretty cool. Or I use white acrylic paint or the Chinese white watercolor or gouache. It depends on what I have on hand, honestly. So we shall see how those dry. So here's one of the other things that I'm working on. I've got these watercolor papers that I was working on yesterday. Quite lovely texture. Honestly, the more that I look at this one, the more that I really like it. It reminds me of forest. I was thinking about drawing either some summertime wolves or a buck on it. I like how the Payne's gray kind of turned almost sky-like here, and I love these earthy shapes, and the textures ended up very, you have all sorts of blooms in here. I love it. And it ended up a lot more subtle than I thought it was at first. I think with a little bit of work, it'll be a fun abstract to paint on. And I'm going to do it in black ink and a little bit of white gouache, just a touch of white gouache. I want most of the background to peer through. I'm not going to draw a solid animal on here. And I'm looking forward to this pink I've got over here, especially, but I'm not brave enough to paint on the pink first. The pink one was my favorite one of the papers that I did yesterday. I love that it buckled. I was really scared there for a second, but then it dried perfectly flat. So that was the hardest part. So if it's flat now, it's going to be very flat later. So what I did was I also picked out where I was going to cut, because I actually painted these so that I could then cut these down to 8 by 10. I'm going to be mounting them to aluminum, and I wanted to try doing resin on top, which can really change the look of watercolor. So I didn't want to start with the paper that I liked the most. I thought it would be best to start with a piece like this, where if it turns out, I'll like it, but if the resin somehow destroys the things, because you do have to coat it a few times, make it waterproof, and it will change the look because the resin will add a shiny coating, and it will enhance some details, but others it might blur. And if I like the look, great, and I'll have a piece that I enjoy. If I don't, this paper was more for the fun of making it than it was about making a perfect piece. So, failure is totally optional. And I want to see what happens. So I got to sketch first, and then I'll put the thing, because while I can technically sketch in ink, and maybe I should try that more to loosen up, Right now, I'm not brave enough to do it.
It's,
In the house.
it's always nice to see the process.
I know.
Miss Michelle is getting it in.
I
Next
know
thing,
when she was making it, I'm like,
next thing you know, she'll have a forest on those things.
I was like, now where's the animal?
Well, she got to start somewhere. I'm going to send her some paper too.
Right, she's background. It was a background, so it threw me off because I'm like, where's her animal?
Is it a
I thought it was camouflaged in there. I was like,
What's up, LaShawn Bill?
Hey, y'all.
What's
How's everyone feeling this evening?
We're doing fine, man. How you holding up?
Oh, I'm good.
Now, is this the one you were working on yesterday, or is this just something totally new?
This is new.
Oh, I should have known.
Yeah, this is new right here. So
I just love your colors, the colors that you pick for these pieces.
thank you. Yeah, it's it comes challenging every now and then. Trying to get the right combination.
Oh wait, let me get my canvas out for my LaShawn Bill.
I think you're gonna have to try to do a monochromatic piece, man. You know, Deborah.
Oh no.
She took out some pink, some black, and some white the other day, and came up with a whole.
Oh yeah, I'm going to experiment with some other stuff. I'm just pacing myself some here. I'm gonna do some of those wash drawings too.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna use ink. I'm gonna use acrylic paint.
Do me a LaShawn.
You got some wood panels?
Well, it's watercolor. I mount my watercolor paper on.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What do you adhere it with?
I actually use the GAC to seal the wood, and then I use a gel medium to adhere it to here, to the board. And then I set a bunch of stuff on top of it for pressure.
Very cool.
So that's how I do those big panels like those. This right here, that's watercolor paper mounted to panel. This is a screen actually. I did this as a screen. This one. Yep. Can you see from there?
And that's watercolor paper mounted on wood.
Yeah, but this one, because I wanted to make it like a screen, I did it all the way. Originally, this was they were two paintings. And so they were watercolor paper mounted to board. Mm-hmm. And then when I decided, I said, I want to make those a screen. So I put a back on them.
Nice.
So
you're so crafty.
So now it has a back. Well, okay, I don't build it. My husband builds it.
Hey, if I had a husband, he'd be building them too.
So I really like this was a fun project to make this like a artistic room divider.
Very cool.
Yeah. So there you go. Send that down to Rose.
That's cool.
Nice.
So what painting is this now, LaShawn? Like 347?
Oh, you know what? I'm not quite sure. To be honest with you.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
It's somewhere. Right. It's like
Well, LaShawn sent me an old video that I think we can share today.
Oh, okay.
Since we were on the subject of collaborations, let's see if we can get that on the screen. It's not very long. It's a very short one.
Okay, I'm just gonna stick this over here.
Oh, Pancho.
I'm here at Poncho's studio, and as you can tell, I had this big giant pencil from grade school, and I almost feel like I'm in grade school again in here in the studio working with my man. It can be intimidating.
Are those jelly beans?
I ain't say it is intimidating.
That's what they look like, jelly beans.
Well, because he draws so damn fast and make it look so effortlessly, where I be struggling with it sometimes. It's like I gotta warm up. But you know what? I'm not one to dodge a challenge, so I'm just gonna have some fun with it. And at the end of the day, that's what life is all about: having fun with it.
Oh,
Here in the
wow.
studio with Pancho.
Wow.
Working on some collaboration pieces. This is one of them right here, folks.
That's pretty amazing.
It came out quite nice. All right, if you're interested, drop us a line.
He's always selling.
Details.
Always.
Here's another collaboration piece with Larry Pancho Brown. We're knocking him out in his studio. Interested? Drop us a line.
Interested? Drop
Hey.
So that's an old video right there. I don't even know where LaShawn found that. That was probably stuck on one of his flip phones.
Yeah, it was. It was. I was clearing some stuff out and came across that. I said, wait, I gotta share this. So it could have been better timing. I needed more memory in my phone, so I had to delete some files.
What's going on, Ryan?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing great, man. Watching you do some great things, man. That last piece you submitted is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really glad how it turned out.
For those of you that just tuning in and didn't get a chance to see that, I'm going to show you the creations by Mr. Murray, and check out the last piece on that reel. Yeah, Mr. Murray put his foot in that one.
Yes, that's nice.
What you working on today, Ryan?
This is the planet tutorial that I did a couple days ago. I'm just adding on to it.
Okay.
With some of the stencils I cut out yesterday. And then I have this old screen print that I did on rice paper in school that I've just held on to for years. And I think I'm going to wheat paste this on when I'm done.
Very cool, man. You are getting into it now, Mary, aren't you?
Yeah, doing good.
Good.
Pancho, where did you get those pencils from? Those fat pencils?
Man, I had some kindergarten teacher to give me a bunch of those pencils, and I was using them just for fun, When I saw the
Right.
film, I cracked up because here we are holding these big kindergarten pencils. They're hard to find, you know.
I'll go to the teacher supply store and see if I can find some.
Yeah, man. I know I got some around here. I just got to dig them up.
Yeah. I almost don't even want to work on the piece unless I'm using one of those. It's like having your.
What happened with the palette knife piece you were doing the other day?
It's done. I'll be sending you some photos of the last two pieces tomorrow.
Okay. In case you didn't get to view your video, LaShawn, here's your video so far.
And we definitely got to add more images to that.
Well, that's why I did it as a teaser, so you can start filling that in. But I wanted people to see those are two collaborations that LaShawn sent me the other day that I have to try to embellish. I wanted to photograph them first. So, yeah, man, your video is set up and waiting for images.
Yeah. You'll start getting some new ones tomorrow. And I'm going to start on those sketches and start knocking those out as well so I can get them back to you. But, so today I picked up some rubber stamps that I had made. I'll be stamping some polymer clay and making nice little gift items with that.
Very cool. I'm going to show a quick video by my friend Ryan Murray. He just submitted some pictures of his cricket working last night. So give you guys a little preview of what that looks like. This is a machine that Ryan uses to cut his stencils. He uses some software to generate his images, and this machine cuts it all out. So
that looks like fun.
It does look like fun.
It definitely is. And it's really saved my wrists a lot of work.
I can only imagine.
I'm sure.
Hey Ryan, did you get that file I sent you?
Did I get what?
Did you get that image I sent you?
Oh yeah, the piece you did. Yeah, I just got that today.
Yeah. So are you going to be able to work something out with that?
Yeah.
I'm anxious to see how your Cricut will cut that, and I'm anxious to see how you would paint that.
Yeah, it should be interesting. But yeah, I can definitely play with that.
Yeah, fantastic.
Ryan, you should have a package coming from me in a couple of days.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, you got a package coming. My mind got about maybe 10, 11 pieces in it.
Oh, damn.
Talk about workhorse to me. I'm gonna jump into those tonight, though. I'm gonna start prepping them up, knocking those boys out. You didn't you didn't leave me much room on these charges. These charges are going to be a challenge.
Oh man, I know you up to it. I ain't even worried about it. You know, you can overlap them however you need to do to make that work.
You know I'm going to work something out.
I have full confidence.
So I showed y'all the video of LaShawn's work, but this was the plate he sent me. Hey LaShawn, where'd you get these from? Is this a plastic charger?
Yes, they're plastic chargers. I'm gonna let y'all in on
perfect for acrylic.
Yes, it is. And let me tell you what I did. One year I went to Walmart. It was right after Christmas and had those on clearance for like 50 cents. Wow. I went to every Walmart in my area and I bought them all up.
Wow. Well, I had something like that. I had something going on at IKEA like that for a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But every year, you know, they still have some stuff that they gotta get rid of because they can't use it for Christmas any longer. So they just discount them, clear them out.
Well, real nice for acrylic.
Yes.
I'm just watching Ryan working it out over there. You must use a lot of Mod Podge over there, huh?
Yeah, I bought a pretty big container.
You call that a big container? You should see the one I got over here.
Well, it was the biggest one they had at Michael's. I'm sure they have bigger ones elsewhere.
Look, you doing some funky stuff over there, man.
Thanks.
So Ryan, tell me how you've been feeling the last couple of days.
I feel like I'm starting to hit my stride. By that I mean making things that I'm actually proud of.
Mm-hmm.
Because the first couple of days I was just really trying to find my footing. But now, yeah, I really feel like I'm grooving.
Yeah, you are grooving, man. Listen to us sounding like we from the 60s. You're grooving, man.
Like you guys do on a Sunday afternoon.
Well, I guess you must be getting the painting hour, huh?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
It looks like it.
As far as this statement of giving away our secrets, there are no such thing as secrets. It's about sharing. We don't own none of this stuff. We just articulate it different.
That is so true.
Okay, so we got that question. Do artists wear masks and protect their hands?
Protect their lungs, etc., as well as their hands. I'll let Ryan answer that question since I know they didn't direct that towards me.
Right, because we've been watching Ryan.
Ryan, can you please answer that question, sir?
Normally, yes. However, I do not know. I know Rosemary is holding onto a mask for me. I keep forgetting to ask her for it back. When I'm doing large scale, like indoor projects, I do wear a mask, definitely.
Ryan, I have been watching you for 15 days, and
yes, and I have to see a mask.
We've not seen you wear a mask yet.
And this is a pretty large project for 15 days.
Well, there's still 15 more days.
I've seen your ventilation fan sitting on the floor. I've seen it in the window off.
Well, it's on right now.
It's on right now. That's what you're supposed to say.
You and Rosemary said.
But in defense, exactly. In defense of Ryan, he is the youngest of the group. But I will tell you that art supplies will kill you. They are some of the most dangerous materials on the planet. We never read the labels on those.
No, we
and
don't.
Nobody ever asks us to read the labels on it. I was amazed to find out when I was a sign painter that the paint that I was using for over 25 years was lead-based.
Yeah.
That's one-shot enamel and all those fast dry. If it's drying fast, it probably has a bit of lead in it.
Oh yeah.
Annie Lee, the great Annie Lee, began to have a. She was allergic to pigments, not paint, not oil, not acrylic, but color pigments. And so she wore gloves, she wore mask painting for acrylic because she was beginning to have a reaction from it. Artists like Wack, he's beginning to use gloves, but no mask. And so we all can do a little better with our paint and materials usage. My whole studio is water soluble. I only use acrylic and watercolor paints, and anything that is toxic goes outside. But,
I know today.
I often wonder if the correlation of the kind of cancer that I have goes with the paints that I've been using over the years.
Paints you were using over the years.
Because when I was a sign painter, I was using some of the most lethal paint on planet Earth. No mask, like Ryan. I was in my early 20s.
That's it.
And I was painting murals and billboards and all kinds of stuff, wide open masks, spray guns, and
you feel like just because you're out in the open air, you're okay.
You get paint up your nose, you sneeze, you blow your nose, you see the color there, you don't paint, you laugh at it, and you keep going.
That's not right.
I know. I was using.
This is a public service announcement for paint safety. Presented to you by Ryan Murray.
Right. I was using what is it? Some glue today and last night, and I thought, okay, this stuff will knock you out if you're not careful. So you definitely have to be. You definitely have to be careful.
It's that moment when you don't feel like going outside, and you go to use that adhesive or that spray. And you just spray a little bit because you're being lazy. You realize how lethal that stuff is.
It is. And that's how I was today because I wasn't using the contact cement.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, that stuff will knock that stuff.
Yeah.
And because I wasn't using it. And then my husband said, use the contact cement. And I was like, okay. So I get up in my studio. I'm in the back part of my studio. And it's open. And I'm thinking, ooh. You can get high off of this stuff if you're not careful. And
Louise, this is a family show, and we don't really want to know what your extracurricular activities are as an artist. This show is about creativity.
I know, and I was being a little creative today. Hey, it was taking my creativity to a whole nother level. I said, I'm going to call this contact cement.
Hey, why you think Ryan's stuff is starting to look so hot the last couple of days?
That glue contact, that glue, all that glue and spray paint.
Yeah,
Louise, I saw you earlier today. How you was inhaling it.
You see, and my mic wasn't working, and I didn't even know. So I probably was on a whole nother planet by then. I was on another planet, LaJean.
Yeah.
Now, Ryan, are you going to glue something to that, or what is that? Just Dago?
I am gluing something. It's rice paper that I silk screened on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's gluing it now. Hey, do you use your Mod Podge straight, Ryan, or do you water it down?
I just use it straight from the jar.
Yeah, it looks like you took it right out the jar.
Does watering it down help?
You can water it down on certain things, especially with the rice paper.
Oh, didn't know that. Does it
rid of some of the lines? that would come with the thicker stuff.
Ask that question again, Ryan.
Does it make it last longer?
Oh yeah, it'll definitely stretch it, but you gotta keep playing with your ratios of water to Mod Podge, but you can thin it. I also thin my acrylic medium.
Do you really?
Yes, my acrylic mediums I will thin sometimes 50-50 when collaging.
That is good to know.
I use it straight when I'm gluing, but I use it 50-50 when I'm collaging. And I use the matte when I'm collaging most of the time. Although the clear is better. I just don't like the gloss all the time.
Yeah, I'm like addicted to the gloss. I love it so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the gloss myself.
Well, you know, they say we like the shiny stuff, so it's all good.
Yeah, here it is.
Well, guys, I'm going to slip us into the painting hour. You guys can stay on as long as you want and turn on some music.
All right.
Good.
as much as I like your hat, it keeps getting in the way. Were you trying to see what I was doing, LaShawn? I just turned it towards my canvas like I was working. Wait, hold on. You're what was that? What'd you say?
I said, like you're working, or are you really working?
No, I just instead of having it look at me while I change things around, I just turned it that way.
Oh, okay. Nice. It's a nice piece.
Thank you. Good night, Queen Mother. Queen Mother is leaving. Going to bed. We'll look at Pancho's hat for a few minutes. What do you think, LaShawn?
Oh, yeah. Nice. Could you move that, sir? Move that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes. Looking good.
Ryan, are you working on vinyl?
I'm playing around with the figures I was spraying last night.
Oh yeah.
My general rule with stencils is like if they look good on canvas, they might look good on the record. So
Okay.
I'm looking to play around with those.
You ever thought about turning that into a clock?
Yeah, I've actually done a few clocks. I made those by like acrylic pouring, like onto the record and then spraying it with resin.
Right.
I might do one of those this month.
I need one of those brushes, Poncho.
I'll get you one.
Karen Clark is in the house, people. At least a really nice white speck of her. Oh, there she is. Karen's in the house.
Hey, y'all.
What's up, Karen? Girl, you know the time stops when you show up. I just want you to know. But right now, you're a little fuzzy on my camera.
Yeah, what's happening with your
What's up with the Karen Clark today?
What's happening with your reception tonight, woman?
We not getting the usual.
And why she got a camera upright? I don't get it. She haven't got there it is.
There she got it right now, but she's doing that whole. It's like robotics happening over here.
Them eyes still working though.
Oh yeah, hey, those aren't going anywhere.
What?
You got the slow motion dance today.
Yeah, you got the delayed broadband thing happening tonight.
You got a little delayed in there.
Okay, give me a second.
Oh, LaShawn then put a new piece up. We getting 2 today. I guess because he has started that other one already, so he gonna give us another one.
Got a shout out from Manny B, my son.
Oh,
who is
hey.
also a former participant in the Creative Quarantine.
Nice. Hey, Manny. Now let me bring my screen back over. Ugh. There we go. All right, let's see. Is that Miss Clark popping back in? Let's see you, Karen. Let's see what you got, girl.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you go. Stay creative, people. Hey. Look at Karen. Oh, now that's the Karen Clark. I told you, girl, when you pop up, the earth stops. It's like,
How y'all
Karen,
doing today?
now.
How you guys doing?
Wonderful. Been having some fun, doing the regular mix.
Cool. I just want to participate today. I ain't got nothing.
Okay. All right, Karen. Y'all throw you in the mix. You just go ahead, we'll turn your mic off and you get the mixing.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna put my blanket on because it's cold. All right.
Okay, put your blanket on because I can't have you cold, girl.
And have mercy, Lord.
Sheldon's in the house. We got the Sheldon in the house. Now, Karen, are you making heads for your angels? Oh, I can't unmute you.
I have 4 more that I have to do, and then I'm done with these.
Okay. So you're just making a certain amount of angels?
Mm-hmm. Unless somebody requests it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I want to do other things.
Right. Well, you know what that means? There's not that many of them. So that means, oh, get them while they hot.
Hey there. So one of the projects that I'm going to be doing today is carving stamps. The reason I'm going to be doing this is I want to use these in a couple different pieces. I had this idea of using these to press into the textured medium and then see if I can get it to look almost like paw prints in mud, and then shade them like in 3 dimensions. Another use is going to be to try inking the stamps and then pressing as though there were paw prints in the background, maybe even with acrylics, I'm not sure. I have a few different paw prints here. This one's a fox, and these two are in the general range of coyotes. This is more like my dog has very coyote-like feet, so I kind of base it on the dog foot. It's a harefoot dog, so the 2 toes are much higher than the small toes. And I really look forward to seeing how these come out. I've done a few before for letterboxing. My hands are a little stiff, so I'm probably going to have to do it a little at a time, but that's okay. And yeah, I figured I'll time lapse the thing and then show you the finished results after. But this is kind of an important part of the stage. The first thing that I'm going to be doing, you're going to see, is I'm going to use the X-Acto knife to trace the lines. And what this is it provides a stopping point. Then I take these lino cutters. I have a couple so that I don't have to keep switching between the tips. This one's a sharp one with with a V, which can get into all the creases. And by basically doing it up to the stop point gives it like there's a little bit of give there, and then I can just flick the thing and then it'll leave a perfect edge. The important thing with stamping is that you want, when you're tracing the lines, and I've already traced some of these, you want to trace them at an angle out from the thing so that there's a lot of stability, especially like these little claw marks are going to require a lot of stability. Otherwise they could fall off. So you want the top flush with the rest, but that everything else should be kind of like a pyramid shape. And I'm going to cut these pretty deep, and then I'm going to cut away so that they're each their own stamp. But I thought it would be a fun addition to try, and I love that these kind of stamps can be used for many different purposes once they're made. By making them myself rather than just buying a paw print stamp, there's a lot more versatility. And I made 3 different ones because when I use some of them in the backgrounds, and I may make some more, I don't want it to look like one repeated stamp. I would like there to be kind of some mystery to it. And this makes the final result a little bit easier. But I did try to make them as realistic as possible. I do tracking, so I'm pretty familiar with dog paws, and I hand read these out. So that should be fun. I'm going to speed it up now so that I don't bore you with my talking. checking back in. Here's the finished stamp. You can see I cut it out. I used an X-Acto knife to trace out the line that I had made, and then I try to make it as deep as possible because I also want to use this in 3D medium. It is a little messy, but I think it might work just fine. I need the general impression, not exact detail. I'm going to go give it a test at home with some ink pad and also into like Play-Doh and stuff. And if it works just fine, I'm going to leave it as is. And if not, I might do a little bit of refining, but it's mostly done state. And I'm really looking forward to using it in some finished works. And I thought I would just, update. And I'll do the other two that I had traced out another time. It's a lot of hard work doing these, and it took at least an hour to finish carving out the whole thing. And I only have about one stamp in me a day. So I look forward to getting home tonight and trying it out because there are a few ideas I want to execute. So, have a good one.
Somebody's got a lot of free time on their hands. What's up, Sheldon Smith?
What's up, Mr. Poncho?
Just working the night shift, man.
Yes, sir.
Piece is coming along nice, man. Why don't you turn it around so the folks at home can see it?
I can't ever see if it's
very nice
in the frame properly or not.
Just lay it down on the table. There you go. That looks fine. That looks great, man. Really nice.
You look pretty. You look pretty too.
Your microphone was off through that whole performance.
Oh, dang. Ready for it? Action. Hey, girl. Hey, how you doing? I'm good. You look pretty. You look pretty too. Where did you get your hair done? I don't know. Well, all right. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
This kind of stuff only happens on the night shift, y'all.
Right.
Hey, look at the screen. You never know who's watching.
Hey, Karen,
in the house. Another person that has done a creative quarantine before.
Buster. So this one said, girl, what kind of hair are you gonna give me? I don't know.
You say, I don't know. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Yes.
So that's how your nights are consumed, huh?
No, I'm gonna let these sit up because they're a little soft, and I'll do some time lapse tomorrow. I sent you a video today, but I'm not sure if you got it. But
no,
it's a funny one.
I didn't get it, but I'll run it tomorrow.
You'll be entertained.
I'm entertained whenever you come on.
Yay! All right, I'm gonna tell my girls bye. Bye, girl. Bye. Bye, girl. Yes, I do. I sit here and have conversations. Ooh, they're gonna be pretty girls. Ooh, I just dropped you. I am so sorry, girl. I just dropped this one.
Carol Grace says, great performance, Karen. Okay, bye.
Bye, girl, bye.
Carla Jones says, I just love Karen. Too cute. Good night, y'all. I'm out.
I'll do a skit. I'll do a better skit tomorrow. I'll think about it.
I'm sure we'll be all lined up waiting for that.
I know, Louise especially. I'll let Louise play I'll let her be one of the people so she can have a conversation.
Louise is probably in a corner somewhere taking a nap.
Girl, oh Lord. I'm actually sleepy tonight myself.
Well, that's supposed to happen, girl. You on day 13. You've been rolling. You probably been rolling harder than everybody else.
Yeah, I got I'm sleepy tonight. So I'm gonna go to bed early. I got up early. I was up at 7.
I think
6:30.
I'm gonna try to get out of here a little earlier tonight myself.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I'm gonna just chill. So anytime you see me do this, I'm checking the weather in the building because heat rises, so I'm waiting for it to fall back down. So I'm like, it's warm up here, but it's cold down here.
That's like the old McDLT sandwich.
Ooh, cold. Yep. And sometimes I just sit up in here like this and just look around.
I think you've earned your right to go in the house and get a little nap.
Thank you.
I think we are going to wind down for the evening.
Okay. Louise just dropped out. She didn't even say bye, nothing.
She works very, very hard. She deserves to be able to fall down every now and then.
I'm gonna go wake her up.
All right, dear. Well, we're going to start signing off. I will see you tomorrow. Send me that video.
Okay, the video sent. I'll see you early tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'll see you then.
Now, you coming through town what day?
Friday morning.
All right, I'm going to have the camera set up.
Hey,
Unless you want a private moment.
I'll put on my makeup on Friday.
Okay, you're right. What is that going to be? Just wiping off the clay? All right, dear. Bye. You have a good night. Well, Miss Sheldon Smith, I'm going to let you say good night to everybody tonight as we begin to wind down day 13.
13, that's my favorite number.
Is it your favorite number? Well, there you go, man.
It is.
We got a couple of sign-offs.
Yeah, and I'm glad I got to just about finish this piece. So
it's looking good, man. It's looking good. You gaining momentum, brother.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I did feel a little like, man, I'm getting there. I'm getting a little tired. I'm like, maybe I don't have to do any work today. Maybe I could just chat or talk, but
oh yeah, well we passed the chat zone now.
Yeah, let's just keep it moving.
All right, my man, we're gonna sign off for tonight. I'll be checking in on you tomorrow to see what's going down.
All right.
All right, man.
Peace out.
I like the way that's turning out.
Yeah, he's doing a good job on that. It must have something you said. Well, darling, everybody's tired tonight.
I know. I saw that. I saw people conking out and dropping off.
That's all right. That's part of the quarantine. We can't all look like we work like that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's day number 13.
Even our audience is dropping off.
I think you're going to be on fire by Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I think so. I'm going to do some artwork tonight.
Well, I can't wait to see what you do. Send me some videos for tomorrow.
Okay, I got them all in my phone, so I'll send them to you.
All right, dear. Well, I'm going to sign off. You have a good night. I will see you in the AM on day number what?
14. I don't know which direction I'm in.
I think you got it either way.